Good morning and welcome to our special meeting of Municipal Council. Madam Clerk, please note for the record that for this meeting, Mayor Haxton is absent with notice, and as acting mayor, I will chair today's special meeting of Municipal Council. Want to tell the folks at home or watching online that there are two parts of this meeting. We're going into a closed session, but then we will be coming out later on and doing another discussion around our business planning. So, on that, I will ask if there are any declarations of interest. Seeing none, I will proceed to our land acknowledgement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaty, First Nations, and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of Council, I want to thank them for this land. And we also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as EG's closest First Nation community, and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and waters of this territory. They're the water protectors and environmental stewards of these land, and we join with them in these responsibilities. And I think, folks, as you reflect on that, and we're talking about land use planning today, that's an interesting point to end on. I will ask, I see that there's no deputations at this time, and then we will proceed into our closed meeting. To proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council, be it resolved that Council proceed into a closed meeting of Municipal Council at 10:02 a.m. to deal with the following matters: Education or Training Council with respect to the new community areas secondary plan process, the Municipal Act, Section 239, 3.1. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Leahy, seconded by Councillor Carruthers. All in favor? All right. Approved. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just bear with us for a moment as we transition into a secured meeting.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I'll do the recess. Do I need to? Yes. No, but after I do that, do I? All right, we're open. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Chair, yes, we are now in the open session.
Okay, so to rise and report from a closed meeting municipal council, be it resolved that council rise and report from closed meeting municipal council at 12:03 p.m. and the council endorse all directions provided to staff at the closed meeting of municipal council held on September 13th, 2023. May I have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Carruthers, seconded by Councillor Roy DeClemente. All in favor? Okay, very good. And at this point, I'd like to call a recess, and for everyone, if we could, to be back here at 12:45. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and we're back. We're continuing on with our agenda, item F, and that is the workshop, corporate services presentation on the 2024 draft business plan. And I believe, Mr. Velchich, you'll be taking carriage of this, or kicking it off anyways?
Mr. Chair, if I could. Sorry, I just
Mr.
wanted.
Jones?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify a position that previously in a previous committee of the whole meeting, I declared conflict of interest on Mount Albert Downtown Revitalization Plan. As it I own a company that owns property in that area. And sorry, I'm out of breath. I ran to the meeting here. And since we're not advancing any business here today, and I have been through the document, and Mount Albert Revitalization is on this. Since we're not advancing any business, I didn't declare, but I did want to advise that if there was any discussion, that it would be stepping back.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Johns. Over to you, Mr. Velchich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your permission, I'm going to take the lecture up there, and I'm going to provide the first part of the presentation standing, and then I'll come back here, and then we've got a piece that will go through a little bit more free-flowing in terms of the dialogue. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's actually exciting to be leading this presentation today that is really a byproduct of a lot of work that was done by our extended management team. But and it's a little bit of a different process than we've done in the past. In the past, we've waited until October for Mr. Marshall's team to bring forward the kickoff to what we traditionally called the business plan and budget process. But last year, Council requested that that we look at things a little bit differently and maybe have a preliminary discussion about our business planning proposed activities and priorities relative to the strategic plan, and we do that in advance of coming to you with a kickoff to the budget. So in response to that council request, we are here before you today. And so a little bit just stage setting before I go to the next slide. One of the things that was particularly interesting in preparing for this exercise is the engagement of our extended management team. So traditionally, each department has identified some of their key priorities for the coming year. It's always been in the context of preparing for resource planning, which is really what we call the budget process. And at that point, we went through and through iterative deliberations at the budget process, landed with what we call the business plan and budget. What was interesting about this, and I really appreciate, Council's request that we kind of stage this a little bit differently, is this year we met on a couple of full sessions with our extended management team. I want to express appreciation to Laura Hanna, our Director of Communications and Customer Service, that led that facilitation process. And every member of the extended management team had a copy of the full strategic plan with them, and in breakout groups and in large group discussions went through each of the priorities listed in the strategic plan and all those objectives, and tried to sort of determine what does the 2024 business plan objectives look like from their respective department perspectives in trying to support the implementation of the strat plan as approved by council. So number one, that provided an incredible engagement opportunity for our extended management team, and we've had extensive positive feedback in terms of appreciating, rather than simply being told what the plans are, being asked what their thoughts were in terms of helping us to develop those plans. So that was a great benefit. And also, one of the things that it did as well is it forced, in a really constructive way, more intimate familiarization amongst our extended management team of the details that are outlined in the strat plan. Because as you know, sometimes these planning documents go through a significant process to get developed and then find their way into, safekeeping on a shelf, where periodically we look at them when we know, oh, we've got a report on something, we got to pull that document back out, take a peek at that. So I think this exercise has been very meaningful, and I hope that the product that you have before you, we're going to find helpful in our deliberations this year. The other thing I want to mention is, because this is the first time we're going through this exercise in this way, it's a work in progress. So I do expect that at the extended management team level, our process of business planning related to the strat plan will get even smoother in the next couple of years. And ultimately, what I would love to see at some point is our ability to hold up a strategic plan, which is the 4-year vision for council, and a 4-year business plan that supports the implementation plan for that. And one of the things that you won't find in this at this iteration, because we're not at that level of maturation in our own process yet, is there's a whole host of things that we can probably nicely summarize in terms of ongoing program and service delivery that captures components of our day-to-day operations that support the strategic plan. And that's not necessarily fully articulated here. So you're not going to see things around, necessarily street maintenance and garbage collection and so on. And yet they're fundamental to the program and service delivery and services that our residents deserve and expect. So still, I think work that we can do to improve the process and the product, but we hope that you'll find this a really great starting point. So on the slide that, and the other thing I wanted to just mention before I get into the detail, Mr. Chairman, is the business plan that you've got included in the agenda today is organized and sorted in relation to the strategic plan. And we thought that was most appropriate because council approved a strategic plan, and then you can see the business planning activities and priorities, the objectives and priorities that we believe advance that strategic plan in 2024. Clearly, there's going to be additional business planning objectives and priorities in 25 and 26 that we hope at the conclusion of 26 we'd be able to report back, and we will report on an ongoing basis. But at the end of 26, the hope would be to be able to say, this is what council established as their strat plan for the term, and here's the report card on how we did in achieving those over the course of that term. So because we have taken a strategic plan focus for today's presentation, it sometimes becomes a little confusing if you want to understand what is Department A or Department B doing. Then you have to look through the entire document because they might be doing things in relative to various strategic priorities. So for your information, and it's just additional information, we're not publishing this, we have provided you with a paper copy of the same document that is published publicly, but it's just organized by department. So if you want to see what CIES is doing and you're not as concerned about, Mr. Karmazin's area because you're already familiar with it, you can look in here and you can see these are the handful of things that are being done in CIES or ES or finance, et cetera. So that's really just there as a supplementary tool for you to hopefully help you as a reference. So unless there's any questions with my introduction, Mr. Chair, I'll start right into the presentation. So the approach that I'm going to take for today will be to go through the first, maybe the clerk can help me, 12 or so slides, I believe. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, I didn't memorize that.
11 slides.
11 slides. So I'll go through the first attachment, the 11 slides, and then I will sit back down with your permission and we'll do a walkthrough of the details. And when we get to that point in time, we don't plan to go through every row by row or line by line, but department heads have identified 2 or 3 or 4 ones that they believe are worthy of special note. And so as we go slide by slide, I might be calling on a department head or two just to highlight a couple of ones that they believe are worthy of an extra 30 or 60 seconds of commentary. So, and clearly we're available to answer questions on any of the material that you have today. So, sorry, could you just go back to the last slide just for one moment? So just to reiterate, traditionally we've had, this is a slide you're pretty familiar with. We've had council strategic priorities, which is outlined in the strategic plan. Then we had one block, which was called business plan and budget, and then we had the departmental and individual work plans. And so really all we're doing is we're staging that a little bit to have a little bit of business planning discussion, independent of how do you resource it, how do you pay for it, how much does it cost, just more so are these things that we should be thinking about, and then Mr. Marshall's team will come back with a resourcing plan proposal that hopefully supports that and more. Next slide, please. So just by way of a bit of recap, this chart starts on May 2023, but keep in mind that really this started last fall with the election and then with the inauguration of the new council, and then the development of the strategic plan, which happened in May of 2023. So there was a lot of discussion that led up to May of 2023. And then the other pieces that you see on here, that there was discussions, as I mentioned, through July and August with our extended management team, and we are here, which is September 2023, reviewing some of those initial thoughts that have come out. And then we go through the process of the business planning and budget process starting in October, and then we get through to hopefully a place where we can report on 2023, which would hopefully be in early 2024, and then we go back and that cycle starts again next summer as we look to what the 2025 business plan might look like. Next slide, please. So just a couple of things just by way of context that the extended management team certainly kept in mind as we were sort of doing some of our own brainstorming and preparing was, you know, when it comes to the resource plan that Mr. Marshall's team is going to bring forward, what are some of the things that are factors that impact, or we call them business drivers, but that impact the development of that? And so we think about maintaining existing programs and services as a baseline, and typically we talk about tax levies and fees that support the maintenance of our existing programs and services as a starting point. And then we talk about things like service level changes. So that would be the introduction of a new pool for the first time into the community that didn't exist before, or the development of our full-time fire service that didn't exist previously. When we introduced townwide sidewalk snow clearing, that was an example of a service level change. And so we know that those require additional levels of resourcing and funding, and we've been very successful in introducing multi-year plans to try and have that happen gradually and incrementally so as to lessen the given impact in a specific year as we position the town successfully to deal with those. And then we have growth itself, which is just adding additional homes, residents, businesses to East Gwillimbury. And typically, you know, if our business model works as it should, those additional homes and businesses come with new assessment that pays to help or fund existing program and service level. And then we also know that there's times when there's legislative impacts that don't have anything necessarily to do with growth or existing programs, but they're required, they're mandatory, whether those are AODA compliance pieces, whether it's going back to 2009 and Public Sector Accounting Board requirements for asset management reporting, and there's a myriad of new pieces of legislation, as you're well aware, that we're dealing with coming down from the province at this point. Those are things that we have to properly analyze, resource, operationalize, and they are outside of existing programs and services. They don't have anything to do with service level change per se, and they're independent of growth. So these are some of the things that sort of drive, what we do and how we do it. And they tend to be impacted by social, economic, and environmental conditions. And then probably the best example of that is inflation. And so as we come forward, inflation is running at 3% versus 8%. That obviously finds its way through in our proposals to you as we propose budgets. Next slide, please. So again, just, and this is perhaps common knowledge, but I just think it's just important to remind ourselves a little bit of, is that when you, East Gwillimbury being a municipality that's been labeled as, at least on a percentage basis in the last census, fastest growing in Canada, we know that's not necessarily based on volume of homes, but based on percentage of where did we start and where did we end during that census period, grew more than any other municipality according to the census data. How does that cycle work? And so what happens is, before a shovel ever gets put in the ground or a permit ever gets pulled, there's all sorts of work getting done that the municipality has to be properly resourced for, has to be properly completing, so that when you get ready for development, you've got your plans in place, you've got your policies in place, you've got your protocols in place, so that in fact permits can start being pulled and activity can begin. And so you go through this large upfront work, and I remember back in the sort of 2014-15 timeframe, before our first big wave of YDSS growth, there was some conversation at that time about, why did we need extra help in the planning department? Because growth hasn't even started yet. Well, the growth had started for them. It just hadn't started in terms of shovels in the ground. So they tend to see that, and that involves also finance as well, as they're anticipating the multi-year growth capital plan in the DC and those sorts of things. So there's activities taking place before that development. And then you have permits being pulled, and you've got engineering and our building department, and even some operating departments that start to get impacted during that development phase. Because even things like bylaws, although you might think it's only for communities once completed, gets pulled in often during the development cycle, whether it's dust on the road or whether it's long grass that's adjacent to existing homeowners and so on. So even some of our operations start to get impacted significantly, in addition to the obvious ones in the development phase. And then once that development is completed, we start to see the impact operationally on production, things like producing tax bills, producing water bills. And what really tends to drive the workload is not so much the raw production of producing a bill and distributing it. It's the customer service part of that process that becomes the bigger deal. It's the phone calls, the questions, the inquiries, the concerns, the people not liking a change in this or that, and how do we provide service to those residents. That's what really becomes clear. And you also start to see pressure in your support functions. So customer service, human resources, communications, some of those areas really start to see an impact. So they tend to be sort of resourced up a little later in the process. So everything doesn't happen at once, I guess, is the point of this slide, that as we plan and manage. Next slide, please. And Mr. Chair, if there's any questions as we go, I'm happy to take them, or if this is, I just don't want to go too far along if somebody's itching to ask a question. Thank
you for that offer. Anyone on council wish to ask a question? All right, you're in the clear for now.
Thank you. So this is another interesting slide. You've seen this before, and really is to speak to, as we continue to grow and mature as an organization, as we continue to stay focused on providing the very best programs and services to our residents at the very best value for money. That's really important to remember that, because it is about outstanding service delivery, but ensuring that's done in a manner that respects tax dollars and does that, ensuring value for money. There are investments that need to be made along the way. And so we need to be clear that in order to maintain a high standard of program and service delivery, there's key investments that need to be made through the tax levy and through fees and otherwise. And the good news is that East Gwillimbury has continued to maintain its status as, and these are a sampling of municipalities throughout York Region, as the most efficiently operated in terms of municipal tax, water, and wastewater costs. And so when you compare a comparable residential dwelling throughout any of those municipalities, you can see that there's a significant difference in cost in East Gwillimbury compared to the others above. And to put it into perspective, you know, if you've got $396 that you could essentially increase some combination of water, wastewater, and tax costs, you can see that that's a very significant increase percentage-wise before you would be concerned that you are being, you know, that you're out of line with the municipal sector. In fact, you would still be deemed, you know, the most efficient, despite the fact that, you know, you may choose, and I think it's probably responsible to do so, to make key investments as you move along in support services and program and service delivery. So when we get to the budget time, I understand I've been around budgets for many, many years, so I'm fairly familiar, but still always happy to learn. But I'm pretty familiar with the fact that there does tend to be a quick lens on percentage increases and so on, not surprisingly, and that's just human nature, and I think it's valid. I just would suggest we need to continue to ground ourselves in some of the slides like these that say, if we believe there are key investments that we need to make, and we assess what those are going to cost, what does that mean in terms of the value that we're providing to our residents? And I'm all about providing the very best programs and services at the best value for our residents. I think it's key.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. I'm wondering, when we come to the budget, if we could have a visual slide showing that when East Gwillimbury raises our taxes by 5%, what the dollar value is compared to municipality A when they raise by 5%, what they're netting per household. So it's the per household piece that I think that some of these, when we focus on percentages, it kind of skews what we're looking at. Often we're comparing ourselves to some of these municipalities that 5% on a larger number is a much larger increase to the residents. I also think we need to really focus on what are the unintended consequences of keeping these taxes so low. And I think that's really important that council is aware of that, because we are trying our best to keep it as low as possible. But we know that sometimes if you cut too many corners, there is unintended consequences. So we'll be looking to staff to remind us of that as we go through the process. Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Valchich.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, next slide, please. So this is a mantra of mine, and you know, it's not just an EG mantra. I've had this throughout my career, is about expending taxpayers' money as if it was your own. The bottom line is we need to be careful with every tax dollar, every water rate dollar, every wastewater rate dollar, and make sure we're expending them in the very most efficient and effective way we can to respect those that are paying for critical services. And so some of the things we do in East Gwillimbury that I think is a little bit unique, I may stand corrected if there's others that are aware of it differently, but one of the things that often happens in budget processes, and it's happened throughout my career, is usually at the budget process timeline, staff comes forward with a budget, the governing body says, we need to sharpen our pencils, can we find some efficiencies? And then magically staff comes back and finds some efficiencies and balances the budget. And And there's no doubt that that conversation is a healthy one and we need to have it. But we go beyond that in East Gwillimbury. We've created what we call an in-year savings target. I think it's a bit ambitious as we continue to grow. I think maybe it's a little too high, but nonetheless, we've been able to achieve it. But what it does is it sets a limit or a target right within our approved budget that indicates that as staff, we need to continue to work on finding efficiencies, whether it's through salary gapping or implementations of efficiencies to program and service to achieve savings throughout the year. So discussions about savings are not a once a year during budget time. It's something that we live and breathe and we believe needs to be something that finds its way into our everyday conversations. You've heard me talk over and over about the need to drive innovation and creativity and value, and we do that through our focus on people, process, and technology. And I'm going to get to some pieces later in the presentation, but the technology itself, although sometimes that becomes the discussion point, is simply the enabler. What's really, really important is how is that helping us deliver outstanding programs and services and drive value for money. And so the technology itself is what it is, and sometimes it's a bit flashy and we get kind of enamored by some of the tools and tricks and so on. But the reality is at the end of, after we get over the sensationalism of the tools, it's what is it actually assisting us to deliver? And that's really the important part of the conversation. Next slide, please. So as we move forward into this year's business planning and budget discussions, going back to that earlier slide where I said we're now in that kind of operational mode where we've had a fair amount of planning and development pressure, as we continue to grow, from my perspective and the senior team's perspective, I think we're going to need to have discussions about, do we have adequate council and committee support in place to ensure that they are functioning well and providing meaningful and timely input to help us in our delivery of programs and services. Our customer service and communications is huge. So many times it comes down to your ability to focus on service, because we deal with many, many issues. And if we can keep that customer service hat on and make sure that we understand that residents and stakeholders that we deal with are our clients. I realize they're residents and sometimes don't like to be referred to as customers, but at the end of the day, I want them treated professionally, respectfully, and competently as tax-paying customers. And so I think customer service and comms is huge. I mentioned human resources earlier, and as we continue to see ourselves living in a world that is more and more dependent on information and data, and being able to compile, synthesize, analyze, and report on that and help support making decisions, the information and data management is key. And it also helps us to streamline and automate processes that are otherwise fraught with additional manual interventions. And it also helps us with something as basic as data integrity, because the more touch points you have manually on processes, the more risk there is that this data doesn't match this data over here. And so the more we can streamline, automate some of those things, the better. And so our ongoing modernization program is key to that. And I want to refer to it as a program and not a project, because it's no different than filling potholes or, plowing roads. These are programs that I believe in a modern age, you need to invest in annually to ensure that you're driving efficiency and effectiveness. Our world is getting more complicated with interdepartmental projects and initiatives. So formalization of project management, PMP professional standards, and a presence in the organization to assist operating departments. If you go way back in time, not that far back actually, but within the last decade, we didn't have a presence of a professional procurement office. So very competent, experienced folks like, Mr. Molinari, Mr. Karmazin, and others on the senior management team would initiate their own procurement processes and did a heck of a job, but it was done in a very decentralized, non-standardized way. And even despite their great experiences and best abilities, not being sort of focused professionals in procurement, you run a risk of, at times, perhaps that process needing a little fine-tuning that you know, could have been done if you had a procurement support in place. And so we introduced within Mr. Marshall's area a procurement office, and we've seen significant benefits, and the operating departments now can focus on requirements and let the procurement office deal with the issue of how to set that stage for getting bids and tenders and so on in compliance and driving best value. So again, I think it's no different than with project management principles. We all manage those things day in and day out, but there's a professional presence that when you have it, you can still do what you do, but you do it that much better. The election process was a great example where we actively engaged professional project manager despite our clerk's incredible experience and competence in that field. And I think it just was a significant value add. And strategic support, I would just suggest that we did have a position several years ago that was a strategic support position. It was reprofiled in one of the years as we were trying to add other resources without the impression of it having any pressures financially, and so we moved some things around, and I think that given sort of the world that we're living in today, I think some discussion in the near or medium term about ensuring we have that level of support and expertise would be helpful. Next slide, please. So we're going to go through in a few minutes, and I'll try and wrap up shortly, in a few minutes the second attachment in a little more detail, but these couple of slides just provide, perhaps at a high level glance, what's the elevator pitch. So we've got, 20 some pages. The clerk will tell me at some point how many pages we have in that second appendix. But what is the elevator pitch? And I think that for 2024, and this may evolve through our discussions today and through your deliberations on the business plan and budget when the resource plan comes forward, but what we see is positioning the town for growth is pretty darn huge, and incorporates a whole host of elements from policy development to long-term planning through the DC and otherwise, multi-year forecasting, development charge bylaw update, the review and analysis of changing legislation, the importance of Ms. Ingram and our legal team can't be overstated because there are numerous things changing and sometimes changing fairly rapidly. And in order for us to properly go to solutioning, we have to understand the challenge, the opportunity, the problems, that sort of thing. And you can't do that effectively without a skilled interpretation about what some of these things mean. So there's a great reliance on that as we move forward. And then service level forecasting is important because in that business driver slide I mentioned earlier, if we envision, for example, greater levels of investment in our asset management program, pardon me, then we need to think about, and in next year you're going to have a financial plan or proposed approach that'll come out of studies that are currently being undertaken on what that might look like and what does that multi-year forecast look like. So you can start to assess what your base program and service pressures look like over time, and then what you need to add on to that in terms of additional levy that you need to secure or fees, rates, et cetera, that will help you make the critical investments that you need in town infrastructure. So that's what we would call service level forecasting. Next slide, please. I would say that modernization continues to be a significant focus, and really we did a study back in 2018. Mr. McNeil undertook a study for us to look at where there were opportunities to improve program and service delivery and efficiency and effectiveness in the town. There was upwards of 300 inputs that were garnered from that study. We've made significant headway in the last 5 years to move the needle on that, but in 2024, I would envision us doing an assessment of how did we do relative to that 2018 roadmap, and more importantly, an update to that to say, what does the next 3 to 5 years look like in terms of opportunities for process, program, and service improvement. It mentions the CRM in the presentation, but again, CRM, which stands for Customer Relationship Management, and that's a software tool. The tool itself, we can talk about, but is really kind of probably less relevant in my mind. The bottom line is that tool enables us to embrace a service quality management approach where we can track inquiries on a timely basis. We can get those off to relevant departments for work orders as appropriate, for response, for follow-up, and also for analytics, because sometimes through those sorts of tools you end up seeing trends where you can say, we seem to see a pattern of this type of inquiry. Do we need to do more in educating residents? Do we need to do more on our proactive maintenance programs? Do we need to do more on program and service delivery in a variety of ways? So the CRM becomes kind of the tool for that. It's a complicated tool. It spans departments across the organization. It requires significant maintenance and training because it's a bit of a culture change to start to change the way you're used to doing things. You're used to, say, for example, getting a call and just going and dealing with it. And now it's oh, wait a second, I got a call, I need to log that, which sounds onerous, but if the tool is simple, that's fairly quick, and then the benefits are significant when you now can have a tracking and management process around that. And by the way, that doesn't just exist for inquiries coming directly in through customer service or through GMs or to staff. That extends to council members as well. And so we see very much there being sort of a way that council members are also able to utilize that tool and support the service delivery through the use of those tools. And I know Mr. McNeil has not necessarily reached out to you just yet, but I will just give you a little bit of a sneak preview that he and his team have been working on an app to go on your phones that would assist you when you're potentially out in the field talking to residents or stakeholders, that would allow you to instantly track relevant information and have that documented and logged in a relatively automated fashion. So we're trying to also provide tools that we hope will help you as the representatives of the community at large. And some of that, by the way, is kind of processes and tools that are kind of being piloted that will get refined and enhanced over time, but we think we've got some ones to road test that we think we hope you'll find very helpful. The help, it's pretty difficult to talk about, what's important in 24 without talking about preparing for the opening of our largest capital build in town history and the first, presence of an aquatic facility and multi-use facility and outdoor space. And Mr. Karmazin's team is working away on that. So huge, both an administrative priority and community priority, pretty difficult not to mention it. Continuing to enhance resourcing for support areas I talked about, building out of the asset management program I mentioned is a key thing. And our HR department with the EGU Belong strategy, coming out of some of the survey work and some of the other feedback that Ms. Gandhi and the HR team has now developed a framework and strategy that virtually everything they are doing when we're interacting with employees references a link to this EGU Belong strategy. So we're really excited about continuing to make sure we're an employer of choice, and we continue to keep it that way. And then The final piece on there is the implementation of the environmental strategy and outreach program, and we know that Ms. Ross has been working diligently and has done such an incredible job at sort of doing what I refer to as a current state analysis and looking at, with lots of input from council members, our advisory committee, the public, through some of the outreach and workshops, many of which I had the opportunity to attend and were awesome. We know that she's going to come back in the fall with a shell of a strategy for you that will hopefully guide us and help to coordinate the many wonderful activities that the town has traditionally undertaken. We've had a reputation, we continue to have a reputation as being a municipal leader in environmental practices, and really what Ms. Ross has done is been able to pull all that together so that we can coordinate those efforts even better moving forward. So, Mr. Chair, that brings me to the conclusion of the overview presentation. Happy to take any questions at this time. Really, when we go through the document, the next document, looking for a few things. Is there anything major that council members believe might be missing that, you know, we didn't realize, we didn't think about, or that maybe weren't aware of? Is there anything that we've put in to our business planning activities and priorities that you believe, hey, I don't think you need to be spending time on that, I'd rather you spend time on this? And any other questions that require clarification, we're happy to answer. So at the end of this, Mr. Chair, we're hoping that, or we're asking that you consider a resolution that would adopt in principle the material that you have today. If you're not ready to do that, that's fine too. Those conversations can continue. But if you do that for us, it'll simply be a little bit more information that Mr. Marshall can use in coming back with the draft resource plan and the kickoff in October, and sort of setting the stage to build on the discussion today. So if there's any other questions at this point, Mr. Chair, happy to take them.
Council, do we have any other questions? Councillor Leahy, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. Having just come from a previous meeting discussing secondary plans, I'm interested in knowing more about, in the budget and business plans, the information about public transportation. And because I feel that in order for us to accomplish our goals in our business plans, we need to have an emphasis on public transportation, which I didn't hear much about in this particular meeting, in this initial meeting. So what do you have to say on the topic of public transportation?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Councillor Leahy. Glad you raised it, because there are a number of elements that affect the East Gwillimbury community that aren't necessarily part of our primary mandate in terms of delivery. Public transportation services would be one of those as a regional area of jurisdiction. However, we do work very closely, Mr. Molinari and his team works very closely with regional staff. And my understanding, and perhaps Mr. Molinari can just clarify, in fact, is arranging for regional representation in October to come and speak to council about, or committee, about what the regional plans are for transportation in East Gwillimbury, and also to provide an opportunity for council members to express suggestions, concerns, ideas in terms of things that you think would be really important for them to be contemplating as we strive to ensure that the appropriate levels of service are being provided in East Gwillimbury. So, Mr. Chair, I wonder if Mr. Molinari could just confirm when that is being planned, and am I correct that there is something in the works?
Mr. Molinari?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. That's correct. We have been working with the region on setting up a date for that. I don't have the date right at the top of my head right now, but I believe it is in October. And if not, we'll let you know when that is.
And we'll be sure to let the public know well in advance that it's going to be discussed. I think it's an important topic. Thank you, Councillor Leahy. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Carruthers?
I'm assuming we're going to go through this page by page. And these, okay. I wanted to ask, you talked about some initiatives are ongoing, like garbage pickup and that sort of thing. So where would the public see that in our business plan?
Mr. Chairman, the public would see that in some of the departmental overviews that are provided as part of the budget process. So in the overview document, there'd be a little bit of a synopsis of some of the major operational activities that are undertaken in that part of our business. And so it will be in the ultimate business plan and budget document. However, as we move forward, what I'd love to be able to do is get to a place where this business plan document actually incorporates not the minutia of what happens on a daily basis, but the major operational activities that actually are important in delivering the programs and services that are required in relation to the strategic plan.
Thank you. I think it's important for the public because we understand that these things are still going to continue, but I think sometimes they look at it and, oh, it's too much new stuff, and why don't you focus on, the base programs? And so I think it's important just to identify that. And another a comment before we get into the page by page, as I was going through it, I know we've dropped the use of continue, and that is very good. So there's still some parts where it says continue, and I think that wherever we use the word continue, we need to think if there is another word for it, a better explanation, because if we're just continuing in it, then it needs to be put aside as business as usual. But if we're continuing to implement a plan, then maybe it's rollout phase 2 or rollout year 2 or something like that. So I think going through and highlighting if each department can look at where they use the word continue and if there is a better use of that word. But I did note that it's a lot less than in the past, so I appreciate that. And my last comment is just on, we usually have a mayor and council page, and it's usually done by someone who's not mayor and council, and it kind of gets lost as we start to focus on the numbers. So I'm hoping that we can have some sort of plan to have priorities and objectives, including a page for mayor and council, and how you might suggest we go about that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. For just addressing kind of the 2 points. First of all, thank you for the feedback on the word continue. It is less, and it's not by accident. So if we still have some references there, we're going to continue to try and minimize that. But I do appreciate that. So the second part is about the mayor and council, and I'm glad that question's been raised. I would recommend, and it's really at your prerogative as council. One suggestion might be to structure a subcommittee of council, could be 2 or 3 members, that take some time to perhaps meet with either our finance team or appropriate staff, could be with the EA. I don't know what the appropriate staff support would be for that, to maybe take a review and think about, from your perspective, what you believe is more relevant in terms of public messaging and priorities for the mayor and council office. I think in the past, staff have done their best to try and put something forward that's a little bit neutral, a little bit generic, that isn't going to offend anybody, and that kind of, but also you run the risk then of it not saying much either. And so I think that we can potentially provide some assistance, but I believe it best comes from council members, maybe at that point, then when we get to that point in the budget process, providing a little bit of perspective for all of council to deliberate and hopefully endorse in terms of what you see as the appropriate priority setting for that part of our operation.
I think that's well advised, and I would say that our department of mayor and council is actually behind right now, because other departments we'll see have already rolled out their objectives, and I think we need to have that discussion early in the process. And I would assume that the way to strike a subcommittee like that would be by resolution, and I would look to our clerk to let us know if that is appropriate to come out of these discussions, or if that's something that we would discuss at a future meeting.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are in the disguise of a council meeting, so if council wishes to pass such a motion, we can certainly do that. Alternatively, maybe that can be dealt with at a different meeting to allow for crafting of an appropriate resolution to reflect what the subcommittee context is going to look like.
Let's take door number 2 there to get it right. But if we could do that sooner rather than later, because I do think that this is so important. I love what we've done this year of getting this up front. What are our objectives, and then the budget rolls out of that. So I don't want to get to the point where we've already established our budget and then we're working backwards on our objectives. So if at a future meeting we can bring forward something that talks about a subcommittee. We already have a bit of a something along those lines that we have we've struck subcommittees in the past to look at the dollars, but I just think that since our process now is to look at the objectives first, that maybe it's just about bringing that committee forward earlier to be looking at the objectives. And Mr. Valchik, I just want to thank you for this, if I haven't already, that this is the process that we've been asking for, and this is wonderful. And I agree, it probably needs tweaking, but as a first stab, it's 90% of the way there. So thank you.
Are there any other comments or questions from council? Councillor Johns, go ahead.
Sorry, if I could just get structure on the rest of this meeting. So your intent is that with this presentation, then you wish to go through department by department, or do you wish for comment now at this level? Or are we taking this through department by department on the business plan?
Mr. Chairman, we will go strategic priority by strategic priority. However, we've given you a supplementary document that's department by department, just so you have it as an additional reference. But we'll go through each page strategic priority by priority. The intent would be that department heads have identified not on all slides, but on most of the slides, a couple of items that they think are worthy of some additional comments. With your permission, we would get the GMs to provide some additional perspective, and then if there's any other dialogue you wish to have on that slide, we'd have it, and then we'd move to the next slide and proceed through the package, if that works.
Any other comments or feedback? Just the only thing I would add on top of that is, and I agree with the comments that were said just a few minutes ago. I think every time we go through this, we get better and better at the process, and we, it's continuous improvement. I wanted to just comment on a slide that we had near the beginning. It was the pyramid of things that we went through, the strategic plan being one of them. And I thought back when we were doing our strategic plan, there were a number of residents that I think were concerned that they didn't see dollars and cents in there or granular detail. And I think maybe the next term when we go through our strategic plan, we put that in there and say, hey, this is where we are in the process, and the detail will follow, just so it's more upfront, and that it's understandable that there was a misunderstanding at the beginning with some residents. So anyway, just a food for thought for next time around, if we can remember, we're 3 years away, so.
Greatly appreciated.
No time to start planning like now. Okay, back to you.
So, Mr. Chairman, then I will, with your permission, I'm going to go back and have a seat, and then we'll go through page by page through the balance, if that's okay, and as we talked about.
And Mr. Velchich, you're going to continue to lead this?
Madam Clerk, can we just put the first slide up, please? So I'm going to start with this slide, which is it's called CAO Draft Key Priorities. And to some degree, this certainly aligns and in some cases, meshes with business plan priorities that you can see in the various departmental areas. Where it's a little bit different than maybe in past practice is it's not pulling specifically from departments. These are the areas that, from my perspective, are key, that are a little bit more overarching towards, accomplishing what I believe are the important priorities in support of the strategic plan for 2024. So I won't necessarily go through them because I think they've been pretty well written and they're pretty clear, but if there's any questions on them or the approach, or if you think that needs to change, happy to take any questions or any suggestions you might have. And then we'll move to the actual areas of strategic priority.
Councillor Carruthers, you have a comment?
Thank you. Updated agenda management for council meetings. Yay, here, here. Love that. If we could put that at the top, I'd love that. There's only one continue. I won't be pointing them all out, but on this one, I think there's an opportunity under council relations to talk about regularly engaging with council rather than continuing, because in the past, it wasn't enough. So I don't think we want to continue what we were doing, but we want to upgrade that to regular. And so I think that just swapping that out for the word regular would be well received. Thanks.
Any other comments? Okay, carry on, Mr. Valchers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So now moving to, I just want to get my myself organized. Bear with me for a moment. So now we are at the next slide, which would be the quality program and service slide, I believe. So this slide is just an exact representation of what you would see in the strategic plan. And so what we've done is, as I said earlier, the extended management team has gone through both the overarching statement, the priorities list, the key deliverables list, and has used that as the basis for determining what they believe are key business plan priorities for 2024. So this section that we're going to speak about is in relation to the quality program and service strategic priorities. So next slide, please. So there's a number on this page, and by suggesting we're going to talk about a few of them, what I'm inferring is that department heads believe, we want to hit some tops of waves from our perspective. Not to say that everything on here isn't important, or we wouldn't have actually put it in front of you. So the fact that we may not speak to everything doesn't mean that something by definition isn't important, but these are the ones that jumped out that department heads thought warranted some potential additional comments. So there's two on this page that Mr. Karmazin has asked to highlight, and I'll turn it over to him, and then we'll take any questions or feedback on the balance. But Mr. Karmazin, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you, CEO Valchik. Through you, Mr. Chair, worthy of note on this slide under Community Parks, Rec and Culture and supporting quality programs and services is obviously the Health and Active Living Plaza resourcing and operating plans. We presented at the last CWC meeting our plans moving forward, and that'll continue to be an area of focus into 2024 and beyond. So that is worthy of note, and as well, moving forward, being one of Canada's fastest growing municipalities, we have seen an influx of new residents, and I think it's important to take a look at how we provide special events. What special events are we providing? Who our communities are, looking at the demographics and how we grow and our trajectory, and really validating what we're doing. How can we expand and enhance our existing special events, and where should we be as far as meeting the needs of our current and our future residents. So we will be proposing back to council a report back with the next CWC to look at a proposed special event strategy for 2024. So those are just a couple of projects that our group is specifically focused on under quality programs and services.
Mr. Chairman, if there's any additional comments, questions, feedback, we're happy to take it.
Council? Okay, continue.
Next slide, please. So Mr. Molinari has identified one of the ones on here that he'd like to just particularly bring to your attention, or there's a couple of them actually, so I'll turn it over to Mr. Molinari.
Go ahead, Councillor Jones.
Sorry, could you go back to the last slide? I thought, recognizing that it didn't really fall corporate services, we just kind of jumped over the asset management.
Yeah, I
line.
think we have a disconnect between the slides and the printed copy that we have.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the slides that are on the screen before you are part of the published agenda. The slides that Mr. Valchik was referring to, these are the simplified version of each department breakdown. So these may look a little bit different, but the agenda package itself contains the slides that you see on the screen. So that's the difference between what you have in the printed copy.
Thank you for clarifying.
So could I reference the corporate services? Yeah. So I recognize on the asset management plan, looking to finalize the asset management plan is required by provincial legislation. Great. I would encourage us wherever possible to not only meet, but attempt in our pursuit of continuous improvement that we look to exceed, not just simply meet as required. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on, Mr. Valchik. Making notes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the feedback. So next slide, please. So again, we're going through the package that's was published for public consumption. So this is by strategic priority. And on this one, Mr. Molinari has a couple of items that he'd like to elaborate on a little bit. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Molinari.
Thank you, CEO Valchik. Yeah, I just wanted to bring Council's attention to the Safer Streets initiative. And I know we've spoken about this issue in the past, and speeding in town has always been somewhat problematic, and we're always looking for new solutions to assist with that. So this year, we're looking to add an extra tool in our toolbox to address those ongoing efforts to address speeding and improve traffic safety. So we had a pilot whereby we received a radar speed board from a supplier, and we've had that in place for a few weeks, maybe a month now. I think we're at a point where we'd like to, where we would like to make that a permanent program and actually purchase one of these units. What we found to date is that we've been able to, the system works really well, been able to identify vehicles that are speeding significantly and work with the YRP in order to either have targeted enforcement or through our Road Watch program to be able to actually deliver targeted letters and maybe even a visit to someone's home in certain cases. So I just wanted to let Council know that that process has been working really well as we expected it to, and we're looking for Council support to help us purchase one of those units this year and make that more of a permanent program going forward.
Councillor Roy Clemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be remiss if I didn't highlight the water quality improvement study, and I know that at least Councillor Johns and I continue to get feedback from residents, new and existing, that are continuing to ask what's happening, why is this, why am I paying for something that's aesthetically displeasing, etc. So it would be really helpful if we had something more concrete to say than we're studying it and we're working on it.
Mr. Molinari.
Through you, yeah, we are working on that. So I guess the first part of that is, you know, it's a fairly complex issue in that we have two levels of government that have to work together on this, with our own infrastructure, et cetera. And so what the good news is that we are working together. We have a working group that meets regularly. However, it is somewhat complex in terms of how to resolve it. So we need some resources to be able to dive into this deeper than what we have, and do some analysis so that we can get some tangible go forwards in order to actually implement to address this issue. So that's part of what that project actually is. So we'll be looking for some support in order to move forward with some consultant dollars in order to find some solutions similar to what we have done in other areas of town. Each one is a unique problem, and we understand that the flushing in this area has got significant costs. We'll actually be coming back to council with a memo in the near future to identify what we've done and what some of those next steps are. So there's more to come on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's been a year since the election at this point, and it would be nice to have something tangible to give the community to say this is what's happened in the past year, and here are the next steps. Thank you.
Anyone else? I know I can say from my own perspective in Ward 3, we've certainly had our challenges with water quality, and I know I think we're close. There was an RFP was issued to help with the aesthetics of that, Mr. Molinari. So, and that started the first year I was elected. So it takes some time, but it does. And I know there are challenges with working with another level of government, and so we appreciate your position. And I also wanted to say I'm very glad to see the Safer Streets initiative. I think that's going to be critical, and I think there are a lot of residents in town that will be gratified to see this coming. So thank you for including that. Okay, back to you, Mr. Velchich, unless there's anything else. Okay.
Next slide, please. So continuing on the first strategic priority, a couple of department heads would like to highlight a point or two. First, Mr. Marshall, and then Ms. Bejene from Development Services. So, Mr. Marshall?
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Through you, Mr. Chair. As Councillor Johns correctly pointed out, the province has mandated municipalities to undertake asset management plans. And there's several deliverables that are included in that mandate. One includes by July 1, 2025, the town must develop a strategy for funding asset management initiatives and costs, and based on a proposed level of service. So right now, staff is working on updating the inventories of assets and condition assessments and future cost requirements. And once that's in place, then we'll start our review. And as Councillor Johns has indicated as well, hopefully we'll be able to get our plan done well before the July 1 timeframe. But in the meantime, we are looking at our 10-year capital plans and our operations, and we're looking at our reserve forecast to make sure that we're not falling behind. So, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions, comments? Okay, carry on.
Mr. Chair, I know Ms. Bejene would also like to highlight some comments on this page.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, when we get into, when you see the departmental breakdown of projects, just highlight a couple things in there. Certainly no surprise that you see reference to the OP conformity and the secondary plans, as we discussed earlier today. But I wanted to note that you will see a capital budget request for a comprehensive municipal heritage strategy that would go beyond sort of the heritage listing and hopefully enable us to arrive at a more fulsome understanding of, the resources that are appropriate to allocate towards heritage conservation and some of the other activities that the municipality may want to engage in terms of supporting that objective. Another one I'll mention is you'll see some new projects out of, pardon? Yeah, I realize that, but I thought you wanted me to talk to. Okay, sure. Okay, and then I think these sort of the high-level ones that are speaking to, along the themes of modernization and being able to expand online, access to online services. We've already made a lot of progress on the building department in terms of being able to apply for permits online, and we want to be able to expand that to some of the planning forms and applications going forward as well. Thanks.
Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at, and I know it doesn't necessarily match with what was in the agenda, and perhaps we should load this later because it did get distributed to council here at this meeting. But for me, I see a lot of development services priorities under the responsible growth being of importance for us, and more so than, we've made some inroads to the development-related services online. That's been helpful. But I think for me, the allocation policy, for example, if we don't get it done this year, it's absolutely got to be first quarter of next year. If it's not, I'd like to see it done this year. But I think, some of these things here, investment readiness and economic development and our secondary planning process is a huge undertaking. And I think those are the key ones that I think we need to address more so than sort of procedure and process-related things. Thank you.
Ms. Beja?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why I was sort of jumping to the more departmental specific. I think, if I understand, this is really just intended to be sort of a high level overall kind of where our efforts are, but when we get to that part, we can speak more specifically to some of the projects that we're undertaking. Mr.
Velchich.
Mr. Chairman, I think when we get to the strategic priority of responsible growth, some of the items that Councillor Roy DeClemente has spoken about are listed. So she's just a little bit ahead of us, but we will catch up. We're going to get there in a couple of slides.
Okay, anything else, folks? Okay, carry on.
Next slide, please. So again, we're still on our first priority, which is quality programs and services. And I know on this slide, Chief McKenzie wanted to make a couple of additional comments in support of some items on this page.
Thanks for the training session. Thank you, CAO Velchich, and through you, Mr. Chair. Just to highlight two of the key priorities that ECSS are currently working on and are going to carry on into the new year. The first one is the Community Risk Assessment, or the CRA. This has been mandated by the Office of the Fire Marshal, and it's due for completion in the middle of the summer next year. And it's going to identify and prioritize risk to public safety in the community and assist in making decisions about fire protection services. So we're utilizing such profiles as geographic, building stock, demographic, critical infrastructure, hazards, and past loss and event history are all going to provide us important information for fire and risk, fire, life safety, and risk reduction. Captain Davidson's been spearheading this project, and she's working with the Deputy Fire Chief from Georgina on the project, and our plan is to bring a short presentation to council prior to it being completed in July of '24. The second key priority that I'd like to mention is the shared services. You'll remember last February we brought a report to council with regards to potential consolidation of the two fire services. Now, although the consultants didn't find the consolidation to be a viable option, they did suggest or recommend investigating shared services. So there was a number of areas there that we had options for, and such as automatic aid, special teams, fleet services, training, fire prevention, education, group purchasing, those sort of things. So we've started the ball rolling on that. We've got a framework, and I'm happy to say we're working on that. I'm happy to take any questions.
Anything for the chief? Councillor Jones.
Mr. Chair. You know, when we were deliberating budget last year, and we identified the desire to increase our fire services full-time staff. Yeah, I think, you know, looking at it from the opportunity of service and the opportunity of balancing financial commitment, I think about what the future looks like 5 years and 10 years from now, with the growing community that we have as infrastructure comes online, and whether it is for this business plan as it feeds into the budget ahead. I just did want to note in this meeting here today that I would love to see continual investment in our full-time staff, from a perspective that we don't end up getting to a 5-year or a 10-year plan where we're needing to drive a 10% tax increase because we need to open a hall or put more trucks on the road. I would rather see a continual investment as opposed to a one-shot rapid hiring, and I just thought I'd note that here during this opportunity on the business plan. So thank you.
Chief.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. We have been investing resources into augmenting our paid-on-call staff in the last couple of years, and we're going to do another round of recruitment this year. The CRA, the Fire Master Plan, plus the ongoing analysis of our data are going to help us to determine when the need will be there, and we'll plan to, you know, preempt that.
Councillor Jones?
Yeah, and just in follow-up, I appreciate that, and letting the data guide it. That was essentially the foundational to my comment for opening, but then my supplementary comment was around the financing portion of it. So thank you.
Councillor Roy de Clemente, you had a comment?
I think it was probably just said by Councillor Johns, and that was basically to echo that I trust that the chief will continue to monitor call volume and resource his department accordingly. Thank you.
Back to you, Chief McKenzie.
Thank you. Acknowledged, and nothing more to add.
Okay. All right. Folks, looking at the time here, I thought maybe we take a quick 5-minute recess. Anyone would like to stretch their legs or whatever. It is a tight 5 minutes, so if we could be back, that would be appreciated at 10 after 2. Okay, and we're back. Thank you, everyone. Just for the record, Councillor Johns is now absent with notice, had to leave. Carrying on, we're having good discussion. I'll hand the meeting back to you, CAO Velchich, and you can take us to the next slide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we have now gone through strategic priority number 1, which is quality programs and services, and we go to the second strategic plan priority, which should be the next slide, please. So we are now talking about responsible growth, and that is what's on the slide right now is the language that is in that section of the strategic plan as adopted by council. And so we will now proceed through what staff have identified as some key business plan priorities that will support the strategic priority of responsible growth. Next slide, please. So the first slide, there's some references from 2 different departmental areas. I know Mr. Molinary and Mr. Marshall have indicated they'd like to make a couple of extra supplementary comments in relation to specific items on this slide. So first with Mr. Molinary, please.
Thank you, CEO Valchich, and through you, Mr. Chair. We wanted to highlight one of our master plans, similar to our transportation master plan and water wastewater master plan, which are very close to being complete now. Next year, we would like to embark on our stormwater master plan. So that project will essentially ensure the town is well prepared in order to mitigate the impacts of larger and more frequent storms as a result largely of climate change, et cetera. So we'd like to continue to refine opportunities for quality and quantity control through the use of low impact development, otherwise known as LIDs, and other best management practices in appropriate locations. We'd also like to develop a strategy to fund ongoing maintenance of our stormwater network, and because currently it's a fairly significant area that is currently unfunded. So this will ensure that there are sufficient funds to maintain that infrastructure going forward and kind of ties in nicely with our overall asset management program to ensure that we've got the infrastructure that's in place to adequately protect the town from flooding and to capture phosphorus and other items for the protection of Lake Simcoe and the watershed. So happy to answer any questions on that.
We have any questions for Mr. Molinary? Seeing none, carry on.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Marshall would also like to make a couple of comments on this slide.
Thank you, CEO Valchich. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a comment on the DC background study and bylaw. Our current bylaw expires in May 2024, so we have to do a review and an update prior to that in order to continue to collect development charges. Staff has already internally started the process to update the bylaw. We'll probably be coming back to you next month to officially kick it off, and we'll be engaging the development industry as we always do. One of the challenges through this round is to implement some of the legislated changes from the More Homes Built Faster Act, and some of them still haven't come out yet. So we're going to have to take our best guess, or at least state what our assumptions are as we go through it. And we're targeting a public meeting in either January or February of 2024.
Any comments? Mr. Warren, do you expect we'll have greater clarity around the changes to development charges as brought on by the province by, you said May 2024?
So through you, Mr. Chair. The province had indicated that they're going to come up with some more clarity in the fall of this year, but that was prior to the change of leadership within that ministry. So hopefully, we will have something. They indicated that they're going to provide clarity on specifically the definition of affordability, but there's still some other things that they need to provide clarity on. For example, land is no longer eligible for development charges for specific categories, but they haven't outlined what categories they are. So we need some more clarity on that. So hopefully they'll have it in time for us to pass our bylaw.
Well, hope springs eternal. Okay, thank you very much. Any other, Councillor Leahy?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious if we'd had confirmation for a regional facilitator whom we could ask these questions. They were supposed to have one in place by September 11th. Did that happen?
I can actually, they've actually, I think they've paused that, they've delayed the decision on that to the end of the month, I believe. Councillor Roy DeClemente?
I think Twitter this afternoon said that they've asked the Standing Committee at Parliament to review the regional governance structure. So that's where we're at now.
Change is constant.
Sorry, I mean X.
Yes, all right. Let the record reflect that change. Mr. Valchich, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next slide, please. So still within the strategic priority of responsible growth, Ms. Bégin wanted to speak to a couple of items on this slide.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I already preemptively talked about the heritage strategy that you'll see coming in the budget, but also there'll be a memo to update council on sort of the proposed approach. And I also wanted just to highlight investment readiness under the ACDEV portfolio, because that's something we haven't spoken a lot about. But it's sort of the work that ACDEV is going to be undertaking to build capacity within existing businesses, and with a lot of it has to do with gathering good data to be able to make a compelling argument to attract new investment, and also to be really strategic in terms of working with existing developers who may be building lease-to-suit facilities, and ensuring that we fill them with sort of the optimal types of businesses that meet the municipality's job creation objectives.
Councillor Leahy.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Has the Economic Development Department taken into consideration the upcoming merger of Newmarket Chamber of Commerce and East Gwillimbury Chamber of Commerce, and how that might impact, and potentially in a positive way, with future opportunities?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Absolutely, and we also, part of that conversation in terms of business serving organization is also the dissolution of MAVA in Mount Albert. So looking at exploring options as tied to the downtown revitalization projects, and some of the recommendations that came out of the initial economic development assessment, but looking at the establishment of business improvement areas, or community improvement plans, or different strategies that would be helpful in terms of being able to access funding and to initiate some programming to provide direct support to businesses.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you. I understand the priority of completing this community secondary plans as a standalone, but in addition to that, based on our conversation earlier, it would really be good to be looking at our existing secondary plans, some of which are very old, and in which ways do they need to be updated to reflect our strategic plan.
See staff making notes. This is good. Okay, who's next?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that brings us to the end of the key business plan priorities in relation to responsible growth for 2024. We now move to the strategic priority labeled environmental stewardship. And so you can see on the slide the language that is included in the strategic plan in relation to this strategic priority. The priorities and key deliverables are listed. And if we go to the next slide, we start to look at what is being proposed as key priorities in relation to this strategic priority. So as you can see, these are all community infrastructure and environmental services. However, Mr. Molinari believes these are fairly self-explanatory, so he didn't highlight any for specific comments, but he's certainly prepared to address any questions, or if you see any issues on this slide, he'd be happy to deal with that, Mr. Chair.
Any questions from council? I'll just ask about the LED streetlight strategy. That's been, I think you've already started rolling that out, have you not, Mr. Molinari?
Through you, Mr. Chair, or actually, there's a whole funding model that's associated with the actual program delivery of that that we have to work on. Right now, we're working on just maintaining our network. We have street poles that are very close to end of life, that are so close that they're at risk of potentially failing at this point. So we have a project underway right now to assess the current remaining useful life, and there will be some poles that we're going to have to replace for a short period of time to buy us time so that we can get to that LED replacement strategy that fits with our funding strategy for that overall program. So this is really just a stopgap year to be able to provide that extra life in our network. And there are a couple instances where we will be able to get some LEDs in place. And that, for instance, on 9th Line, we are proceeding with that one project. And that'll probably be the only LED conversion project for next year. But we hope to be able to start rolling that program out town-wide in some of the older areas, funding permitting.
I know some of the residents on 9th Line expressed their thoughts on how bright the lights were, so they weren't used to it. So, anyway, any other questions or comments? Back to you, Mr. Velchich.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. So a couple of items. We want to provide some supplementary comments on this slide. First, Mr. Karmazin, and then I'd like to make comments as well. So first over to Mr. Karmazin.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. One of the areas we'd like to highlight is our tree preservation and protection program. We plan a report back to council in the fall, in particular on our tree compensation standards and a robust program that we have for new development in town, and then as well a tree protection, a draft tree protection bylaw. And with that report back, we're seeking a prolonged window for public consultation to have the public review the bylaw, provide their comments and any concerns, and as well work with the public. We're also planning a public information session or public open house at our new operations center to outreach to residents as well with this entire process. And this is in an effort to keep East Gwillimbury 80% green.
Any questions from Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you. One of the things I highlighted in here is potential introduction. This is something that I was pointing out to Councillor Roy DiClemente that I feel like I've been pushing forward for years, and she reminded me that she's been pushing for it for longer than that. So it seems just a little bit weak to say potential introduction. We need a tree bylaw, and I would like our priority to be to get a tree bylaw in place in the next year after so many years of waiting. So I'm just wondering if we can firm up that language a little bit. I understand the prolonged consultation and the fact that it's a draft to begin with. But I'm just wondering if, because if you say potential introduction, that means maybe we're going to do it, maybe we're not, right? But we're definitely going to have a draft in place next year, and I think that should be a priority. So can we change that language?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We could put forward a draft, introduction of a draft tree protection bylaw if that is suitable for council's
Excellent.
approval.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments?
Mr. Chair, just to highlight, you'll see a number of them under corporate services, which Ms. Ross, our environmental coordinator, is working on. But the one just that I mentioned earlier in the overview presentation, the strategy is a really important framework for sort of what that sort of coordination of efforts will look like moving forward. And I know that Ms. Ross is hoping to have something in front of council before the end of this year for preliminary discussion around what that strategy might look like. So we're looking forward to that, and I just wanted to highlight that one in particular. So, Mr. Chair, that brings us to the end of the key business plan, key priorities in relation to the strategic priority environmental stewardship. And so we move to the next strategic priority, which is build complete communities. And what you see on the slide is the language that is embedded in Council's strategic plan in relation to that strategic priority. And so now we'll speak to, or we'll go through the slides that highlight the business plan key priorities in relation to this strategic priority. Next slide, please. So on this slide, Mr. Chair, Mr. Karmazin did want to make a couple of comments in relation to one of the items that are noted on this slide. I'll put it over to Mr. Karmazin.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just noting a number of our active transportation and trails master plan projects that are set to be delivered over the next year, with a focus on providing our primary routes and identified high priority routes through our ATTMP. So that's finishing off essentially this last phase of growth and completing all the projects that we had listed in our active transportation and trails master plan. I will also add that we will have a focus as well on parkland acquisition and be reporting back further on parkland acquisition. That was a recommendation through our Parks and Rec master plan, through the last Parks and Rec master plan, to focus on planning for growth, and we do have dedicated funding through our cash in lieu for parkland to focus on some new parkland acquisition.
Any questions or comments? Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next slide, please. So again, more business plan key priorities in relation to the strategic priority of building complete communities. I know Mr. Molinari wanted to provide some brief additional comments on this slide.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the downtown revitalization projects in Mount Albert and Holland Landing. So, as Council knows, those two projects are set to transform and modernize the downtown core for both Mount Albert and Holland Landing. In Mount Albert, residents will benefit from increased parking along with road and streetscape and beautification improvements. In Holland Landing, residents will also benefit from streetscape improvements and beautification, along with the connectivity associated with providing a critical link for the lake-to-lake trail. Just wanted to inform Council that residents can expect to see the beginning phases of construction in 2024, and that those will be multi-year construction projects. So initial phases could be utility relocations and that sort of thing, followed by some of the more core civil works after that. Happy to answer any questions.
Any comments, feedback, questions? Okay, carry on.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Bejem would also like to make a couple of comments in relation to one of the items on this slide.
Thank you, Mark, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to note that, just in reference to the request that was raised around looking at historic secondary plans. That's what the policy conformity for legacy applications is intended to cover. So those ones that have draft approval and going back and seeing, I think we have better direction now in terms of what that's going to look like, but that was intended to capture that activity.
Okay, thank you. Carry on.
So, Mr. Chair, that it concludes the business plan key priorities in relation to the Building Complete Communities strategic priority. And so we're now to the fifth and final strategic priority, culture of municipal excellence. Next slide, please. And as you can see on the slide, this is the language that is contained in the council-approved strategic plan that relates to the culture of municipal excellence. So at this point, we'll go through the slides noting the proposed business plan key priorities in relation to this strategic priority. Next slide, please. So with this slide, Mr. Chair, the one that I would highlight, and I highlighted it before, so it'd be a little bit repetitive, but the EGU Belong employee strategy, which, as the language in the priority description notes, as, you know, including rewards, recognition, salary review, benefit review, implementation of maternity and parental leaves, everything that HR is doing in terms of program and service delivery to employees is, for the most part, is tying back to this strategy and this framework. So it's really been a critical strategic stage setter for us, and so I just wanted to highlight that one in particular, but happy to have answer any questions you have in relation to that slide.
Any questions, colleagues? Okay, carry on.
Next slide, please. So two items that I'd like to specifically highlight on this slide, Mr. Chair. One is the CRM, the Customer Relationship Management Solution expansion. I spoke about it earlier, so I won't go repeat all those comments other than to say this is really about standardized service management across the organization. And so although this is speaking to the technical components of implementing the software solution, it's really about how this contributes to improved service delivery to residents and stakeholders. And the second one that I want to highlight is the ward boundary review, because there is an outstanding council resolution that it is requesting that staff take a look at the changing parameters in our municipality around population and location, geography, and that sort of thing, with the view of ensuring that our ward boundaries continue to be appropriate as we look forward to 2026 and beyond. So I know that our clerk is working on a capital project proposal to undertake that review, but just something that we don't do very often, and we wanted to just specifically bring to your attention, and that relates to an outstanding council resolution and request to that effect. So we can answer any other questions you might have on that slide if you like.
Colleagues? Councillor Carruthers?
To that, the project may be deferred. I'm wondering what we can do to actually defer this. From my talking with residents, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues, that people still get confused on the, quote, new boundaries, even though it's been 2 elections. And I'm not sure that changing the boundaries now, with everything else we have on the plate, is something we should be putting tax dollars towards. And so if we are of the same mindset on that we want to defer it, I'm wondering if we can get a motion before council to defer it. Before we get into budget, I would hate to put money toward this only to turn around and defer it. But I'm open to what my colleagues think. It's just what I'm hearing. People are still confused.
Councillor Roy D. Clemente.
Thank you. I think that people are going to remain confused, to be honest. There are municipalities that have ward systems, and you talk to anyone in York Region, you say, oh, what ward are you in? I have no idea, but I think I know who my councillor is. I don't think that's a situation that's unique to East Gwillimbury. I think, given that our ward boundaries were drawn in 2018, and we have seen some significant growth, at the time, we didn't want, the way that the boundaries were done was because we wanted to preserve voter parity through 2 election cycles. And so it was a deliberate move, and so it would make sense that we would ensure that we review the ward boundaries before the next election. So whether it happens in 2024 or 2025, I don't think it really matters, but I do feel it does need to be done even at a high level to ensure that our 3 wards are still similar in size, just to ensure that we're still on the right track. When we did it originally, we expected that we would have to change it after this past election.
Any, Mr. Valchich, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, if you had comments, no, I'll make a comment when at the appropriate time.
Anyone else? I guess my question is, given that there is a maybe provincial regional review, what is the latest we could defer this review till? Madam Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, under the legislation, there's a specified timeline for completion of ward boundary reviews. So any changes must be complete and final by December 31st in the year preceding an election. So in relation to that would be 2025. Just minding that, any changes that we make to our boundaries is subject to a appeal process through the OLT. So similar to what we went through last time, we want to make sure we have adequate time in advance of that to be able to address an OLT application and an appeal. If, for instance, we're in that appeal process, no changes will be in effect for 2026. It would be incorporated for the following election. But those are the time limitation under the legislation.
Back to Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. I guess then my question becomes a workflow issue, that if this project might be deferred, let's make that decision prior to budget. I don't want to carve up money out of this budget only to defer it to next year. If we can't get it done this year because there's a lot on our plate and it has to be done early the following year, then let's make that decision prior to budget.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do want to remind Council, we have been carving out fund for the ward boundary review through the capital reserve. Perhaps I can look to our treasurer, but we have been doing that since 2018. So there is some funding that we've been putting aside for this review process. It's not that we're seeking a fund now, but it might be that depending on what the consultation fees will be, it may be an increase to that limit that we have right now.
So then it is just workflow then, and I hate to put stuff on I don't want to load down our priority list too much. If there's stuff that we know we're not going to get to, then let's say that and put it off to next year, and we know next year it's a top priority because it's going to have to be. Thank you.
What's the thoughts among council? Do we want to do that this coming year, or are you comfortable with deferring it to to the following year? To 2025. Mr. Valchich.
Mr. Chair, maybe before members of council weigh in on that, can I just ask the clerk, from the perspective of the amount of effort and time it will take to undertake that review, ensure that you have adequate time for an appeal process to be undertaken, and then enable you to plan and implement an election in 2026. If you were to work backwards, if you start that in 2025, in your opinion, does that give you the time that you need? Because I think we want to make sure we're not impeding the ability to conduct an election appropriately in 26. And the second thing that I think is useful to ask is, if council was to perhaps put that ward boundary review off, conceivably even until another term, is there anything in the existing boundaries as they sit now that puts us into any position of legal non-compliance, or are we compliant with our current ward boundaries, although they may not be ideal? I think those are a couple things that we just need to understand, but the timing's really important because staff want to make sure that if they're going to undertake a review, they do that on a basis that it allows us to also conduct the 26 election appropriately.
Good questions, Madam Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so I'll try and answer them in the sequence that it was asked. While there is actually no requirement or the legislation for us to conduct a review of our boundaries, a review is generally considered when it appears that effective representation across wards has become unbalanced. In terms of the timing, what I've learned through the previous ward boundary review that I was heavily involved with, we initiated that process in 2016, and we were able to finish it off at the end of 2017. And that was the year prior to the election. It did not give us sufficient time to be able to work through the process of introducing the new boundary changes and everything that came with that. So I would say through the question that was posed, the timing of 2024 was chosen deliberately to allow us that 2-year buffer to kind of get to the bottom line. In terms of the parity issues, again, as it stands right now, we have to do a bit more of a comprehensive review of the population projections in the next couple of years. So there's quite a bit of work that we have to do, CAO Balchich, to get to that. So I can't accurately tell you. When it comes to a ward boundary review, it's not just the parity that matters, it's representation, community interest. There's a variety of different characteristic traits that we need to take into account. So again, it's hard to tell without having done a due diligence in terms of identifying where the issues lie to say if we can or cannot carry out the review right now.
Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, but do we not have, we have a bylaw, do we not have our own bylaw requirement that we need to conduct this review?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was a resolution of council passed in October of 2017 directing staff to carry out an electoral review following each election. That was just done, but again, there is no legislative requirement under the Municipal Act that states we have to do it. The only time that it becomes a requirement for us to take that into account is when a petition is submitted by, I believe I have the wording of it, 1% of the electors in the municipality or 500 electors, whichever is less. So that's when it really triggers a requirement to do it.
But if we didn't do it, we'd be in contravention of our own bylaw.
If we didn't do it, it would be in contravention of the resolution that was passed in
Yes.
2017, yeah.
Madam, Councillor Roy Clemente.
I'm pretty sure that resolution was mine.
It's your fault.
It's my fault. I guess to kind of put a bit of a spin on it from my perspective, we don't know if we're not in compliance because we haven't done the review. And if staff are suggesting that they would like to undertake it in 2024, I would support that. They know their workflow, they know their workload, and they know what they have on deck for 2025, or they have an idea of that. And I think, finally, it makes sense to do it as far away from an election year as possible because it neutralizes it from any of those political sensitivities, and really just becomes a question of are we structured effectively to represent our community's needs and wants? Thanks.
I don't disagree with anything you've said. The only catch for me is the question mark around the provincial regional review, where we could be in a situation where the region changes and, let's say for argument's sake, we get an extra regional councillor. That changes the landscape for us significantly in how we would carry out an election.
I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, if it actually would change that. It would simply add another chair to this table, and we would have an election at large for that role if we had a regional. For us, I think we should be undertaking this so that we understand our landscape. And if the provincial government comes in and says, we want you to change it, then we have the data that we need to employ that and mobilize quicker. Thanks.
Yeah, I don't, take your point, but I don't approach it from adding an extra chair. It could just be rejigging the boundaries to fit the number of chairs we have. So, happy, staff know best about your demands, and so happy to do that. Maybe you front load the population analysis, that the stuff that's up front that you can do that doesn't change no matter what. But maybe the some of the question marks that we might get that come out of the provincial review, you save that for the latter portion of your work. Anyway, just a suggestion. Any other comments? Councillor Carruthers?
I guess I put a comma in here that wasn't there because this item might be deferred and/or might be affected by the review. So if it is that it might be deferred because of the review, then that's fine. But if it just might be deferred because we might not get to it, then I just thought that wasn't appropriate within our priorities. So I see where you're coming from now. It wasn't a comment on you being able to manage your workflow. I misread a comma. Thank you.
Okay, good conversation. Go ahead, Mr. Velchich.
Mr. Chair, I'm wondering, we did say deferred and/or affected, but really, I guess what we were trying to highlight was not knowing, and with some of the recent sort of announcements that we wouldn't have necessarily anticipated, say, 24 months ago, not knowing where something like a regional governance review was going to go, we just kind of wanted to put the caveat in there that if there was information that we were aware of, specifically before we started to undertake our review, that significantly would alter the scope and focus of that review, that we would do so. But given that we understand that, perhaps this slide could be amended just to take out that note, so as not to create confusion. And we very much appreciate the feedback that we're hearing from members of council in terms of how to maybe stage that in a way that ensures that we're not doing work unnecessarily or in advance of something that might have a big effect on it.
Perfect. Okay, carry on.
Next slide, please. So, Mr. Chair, I don't have anything really to add on this slide. I have spoken about service modernization and business efficiency earlier in the presentation, and I think that's quite obvious that that's a key priority for us, and we believe for residents and community. Happy to answer any questions or get any feedback on this slide.
Any comments, folks? Carry on.
Mr. Chair, we're now at the second last slide under this strategic priority of culture of municipal excellence. And I know that Mr. Karmazin wanted to just add a couple of comments in relation to one of the items on this slide.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. In relation to the space needs analysis, we're planning to report back before the end of the year on our short, medium, and long-term plans, in particular for administrative staff. We did a similar process for our operations staff prior to the design and construction of the operations center. This will focus primarily on our administrative staff in order to provide the appropriate level of support for our high-performing team.
Councillor Leahy, you have a question?
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Chair. And will this include two items, the first being the rental of the annex space and the second a potential dedicated seniors center in the future?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the space needs analysis will be focused on staff support for admin space. So it will look at the rental of the annex, the lease of the annex property on Leslie Street. The future dedicated potential for a senior center would be more related back to our Parks and Rec master planning process. So that would be a separate item from this space needs analysis.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our final slide under Culture of Municipal Excellence. If we can go to the next slide, thank you very much. Our Treasurer, Mr. Marshall, and Town Solicitor, Ms. Ingram, want to make a couple of comments, and so I'll first put it over to Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, CEO Valchich. Through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to talk a bit about the financial system roadmap. Our current financial system, which includes our utility and tax billing, was implemented in 2006. So it's been serving us well through that time. We've added modules to it to try to enhance what we can provide in terms of services to the public. But and those modules were based on a study that was done by internal audit based on their recommendations. So we've updated, we've done another review, and we found that we've maxed out the system. So if we're going to try to do any more updates or improvements to it, we can't do it, basically. So they're gonna, they've recommended that we start looking at replacing the system. So before we do that, we have some work to do in terms of updating our processes and our procedures to make sure that we're efficient. And after we do that, we're going to be proposing in our 10-year plan a replacement of our system. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from my colleagues? Mr. Marshall, the new system, having gone through a process of, for my last company that I worked at, a new policy admin system, I know they're not cheap. What's the ballpark figures on something like this?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it will depend on what we're looking at in terms of what we want to provide service-wise. Right now, based on the review that we've done, it's anywhere from, maybe I'll back up a bit. So there's a couple other municipalities that have the system that we currently run, and they're either replacing it or have replaced it. And they've gone to different modules or different companies. So it ranged anywhere from about 200 to 500,000, depending on what they were looking at. We're not looking at something like a big ERP system, but we're looking at something that kind of gets us over the hump that we have now and can start providing some more user-friendly services.
It's a lot of money. I appreciate that, although I had a big sigh of relief there. The policy admin system that we put in cost us $30 million. So I think this would cover the coffee for the consultants for a week. Anyway, thank you very much. That's I appreciate it. Any other comments, questions from colleagues? Back to you, Mr. Valchich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just on that, just in the spirit of managing expectations, Mr. Marshall's given you some pretty modest estimates, but we'll wait until we get our requirements defined and we see what the market offers, because sometimes the numbers come in a little higher than expected. But I think what's most important with a financial information management system, and I know Mr. Marshall's team is wanting to make sure that they focus on this, is you want to make sure that you get it right and that it serves your needs, not just for the present day, but for a number of years to come. So we'll have better estimates on that as we do more work to prepare for that. The last speaker from staff today, Mr. Chair, is our Town Solicitor, Ms. Ingram, who just would like to make some supplementary comments in relation to the slide that we're on right now.
Thank you, Mark, and through you, Mr. Chair. They've taken my slide off the screen. They put it back on. Anyhow, in closing this out, I'll be brief. I just wanted to speak to it generically, if I may, because it's like putting a round peg into a square hole to fit into the priorities of the strategic plan, because legal services is not, the mandate is not to deliver projects and programs, but actually to basically give advice on those programs and projects, and that's what we do. So I will just say that we do that not by ourselves, obviously. We do it in partnership with the people that are delivering the programs and projects, as well as the other support departments like Warren's team and the clerk's office and the CAO's team. So, yeah, nothing's done by ourselves. We try to act proactively in some cases by undertaking reviews of bylaws and policies. One will be in partnership with the finance people and Mike Gary, a review of the procurement bylaw, or sorry, the delegation bylaw, not the procurement bylaw, in 2024. And otherwise, I'm open to any questions regarding these submissions. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Ingram? Seeing none? Back to you.
Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentation for this afternoon on the draft business plan priorities for 2024. We don't have any other information to provide to you or comments from our perspective. If there's any closing questions, comments, suggestions, we're happy to take them. Otherwise, we're at the conclusion of this portion of the workshop.
Thank you very much. Any other final comments from my colleagues? Councillor Carruthers?
We just have a recommendation coming, I'm not sure if that's when you want to do it, about the establishment of the subcommittee.
Sure. Do we want to roll that into the final resolution? Madam Clerk?
Through Mr. Chair, perhaps we can separate those out.
Okay.
The first resolution that you have on your agenda is the receipt of this particular presentation. The last slide on the presentation did have a line, should council wish to do that, is to approve the priorities in principle. If that's something you want to entertain today, I can prepare it to that effect, or we can have it to be received. Following that, I can certainly bring forward a motion on behalf of Councillor Carruthers for the establishment of a subcommittee.
Okay. So, Councillor Leahy?
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Chair. With regard to the establishment of a subcommittee, I would like to make a friendly amendment that all councillors be invited to be on that subcommittee and that there be no maximum. So if all of council members wanted to be part of that, that they would be allowed to be part of that.
Councillor Roy DeClemente?
I think if we did that, we would actually just be a meeting of council and not a subcommittee. And I think we would need the clerk there for, like, it would have to be a council meeting if we did that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. If the quorum of council is present, that would be constituted a meeting of council as we're advancing or discussing business of the town.
Councillor Leahy?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. The topic of communicating with residents, what our important priorities are, I believe is significant enough that it would require the entire council and not just a subcommittee. Thank you.
Point of order.
Councillor Carruthers?
We don't have this motion on the table. When I table this motion, I will speak to it, and some of these questions will be answered.
Yep.
So right now, we're talking about something else, and then we'll put that motion on the table, and we can speak to it.
Good. Thank you for pointing that out. So we have the first, Mr. Velchich, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, sorry, if the clerk could just put the proposed resolutions up on the screen, I think it would be helpful, just so we're clear what you're considering. And when you get to key priorities, be approved in principle, you may wish to say, as noted in the presentation as amended, because there were some minor amendments. They weren't significant, but I still would want to capture the fact that there was some feedback from council and that we will try and make some adjustments to some of the wording in there. So I would prefer that it would suggest as amended.
Okay, very good. What's the pleasure of council? Are they okay with this? So moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente, seconded by Councillor Carruthers. All those in favor? Motion is approved.
Thanks.
All right. Now, we have a second one that we have here, and this is moved by Councillor Carruthers. Okay, let me get a seconder first. Who would like to second this? Councillor Roy D. Clemente, okay. Feel free to speak to it, Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. This is something we've done for the last couple of years, and as with the budget process, we concentrated mainly on the dollars. And I believe last year it was Councillor Leahy and Councillor Foster who sat on this committee with the mayor. And we concentrate mainly on the dollars portion of it. So all we're doing this year is in line with how the departments are concentrating on the business plan portion of it, that we will add that to this subcommittee. So while this has been done informally, this just kind of formalizes a practice that's been in place for a number of years. To the comments that we had earlier, anything more than 3 constitutes a quorum, and then other rules come into place, and it's no longer a subcommittee. I think that this just gives us an opportunity as council members who have sat on this subcommittee before know. It kind of gets some of the small questions answered without having to have a lot of staff involved, and we can. The decisions are still made by council as a whole. It's just providing recommendations, reviewing it, and now it'll be reviewed by members of council rather than staff putting forward what our priorities are.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in the situation, if there are more than 2 people in addition to the acting mayor who wish to be on this subcommittee, how would the decision be made to restrict the number to 3 in total, so we don't get into quorum situations?
Go ahead, Councillor Carruthers.
As in the past, it's made by the mayor or acting mayor, just as it's been done for many years.
Sorry, any other questions, feedback? Councillor Foster, you look like you're about to say something.
I'm just thinking you could end up in a dual role here and not be able to take part, because if this goes past the end of the month, the mayor would be back and you'd be out. Just for thought.
I can
Councillor
respond to that. If that's the way it is, that's the way it is. I would like to think that, especially with the business plan portion of it, we need to catch up with staff and get this done quickly. And if we don't have the budget numbers, which we very well might likely not, then the mayor would step in for that portion of it, for sure. But I don't think there would be a disconnect in continuity, because we are bringing it back to council as a whole to approve the business plan before we start going into the numbers. So the numbers would be step 2, and if the mayor's back by then, which I expect she will be, then I think that makes sense.
Any other comments, feedback? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? None opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. And so that leaves us to Section G, confirming bylaw, confirming be it resolved that bylaw 2023-061 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the special meeting of Municipal Council held on September 13th, 2023 be taken as read, enacted, and signed by the Mayor and Municipal Clerk. Can I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Leahy, seconded by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? Approved. And I just want to thank staff. We had a lot of information today. There were a lot of content in those PowerPoints, and I know that just doesn't just happen. A lot of work went into it. I know certainly from my time in the corporate world, when we had a board meeting, we had a lot of scrambling around to get all the content filled into those PowerPoints, and we only did it quarterly. You guys do it, it seems like every other week. So it is appreciated, and it needs to be pointed out. So thank you for all that. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Councillor Foster, seconded by Councillor Carruthers. All those in favor? Meeting adjourned. Be it resolved that the special council is adjourned at 3:08 p.m. Done. Thank you, folks.